Hi, everyone. Welcome to the official relaunch of Donaide. We are so excited to have you joining us this morning. I'm Jennifer Ehrbacher. I'm joined right over here by my co-host, Steve Roseman. And we couldn't be more excited to have you here today. Steve is the CEO and founder of Donaide.
Morning. How are you? Thank you for having me on. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
thanks.
attempt to just ride your coattails on this one. So
All right, that sounds good. Well, I'm still drinking my coffee this morning, so hopefully we can have all the energy in the world that this deserves, because this is such an exciting day. If you out there watching are not familiar with Donaide's platform, it's a tech-based, simple tool that really helps donors and volunteers and businesses connect with the nonprofits and missions they serve. And for donors and volunteers, it's awesome. I mean, as a mom, as a wife, sometimes it's tough to find organizations that you can really go out and connect to and take part in as a family. And Donaide helps serve as that single place to connect with a nonprofit and cause you care about. And for nonprofits, Donaide helps you spark and develop lasting relationships with the people who want to support an organization like yours. So it's really exciting, and we are happy to be able to relaunch the platform today. Yeah.
yeah, and I think you said the way you just stated Donaide. I think you state it better than we do, so we might need to talk about our messaging there. So yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, no, we're excited. We're excited. We launched just a couple months before COVID hit, and so we wanted to focus on working with some charities, and then so now it's time to relaunch publicly. So we're excited.
Awesome. Great. Well, speaking of missions and people who care, we have some really exciting guests joining us today. Some gentlemen who have dedicated their lives to service and helping to make their communities a better place. And so we're going to kick it off and introduce you to these fantastic men right now. So first, we have Darren Gray joining us. Now, Darren has immersed himself in sports ministry for nearly 2 decades. Darren is the Chief Marketing Officer of Athletes in Action. He's a professional speaker, a life coach, and he has a long-standing relationship with All Pro Dad, which is the national fatherhood program founded by a man we all know, Tony Dungy. Darren, thanks for joining us this morning.
It's my pleasure to be here.
Oh, well, we're so happy you're here. So why don't you tell us, for those who might not know, a little bit about Athletes in Action?
So it's a global sports ministry, and we've got over 600 sports ministry leaders embedded all over the world that are finding ways to use the language of sport to reach out to people, to meet them where they are, to bring them mental, physical, and spiritual coaching that'll help them to become the best version of themselves. And it's a treat to do it. We talk about things like serving an audience of one. Gives us a new perspective on, hey, whether we win or whether we lose, right? We have a higher calling on this earth, and that's to be a better person, a better advocate, a better father, a better person, and ultimately perhaps to come to know the Most High God.
Yeah. So where did the impetus for Athletes in Action come from?
Yeah, almost 50 years ago, it was founded by a man named Dave Hanna under a ginormous charitable enterprise that many of your listeners will know about called Campus Crusade for Christ, now branded as Cru. There are over 15,000 ministers underneath that, and we're the athletic division of that very large ministry. And it's a joy to sort of help to guide the pathway, like how do we explore and innovate and find new ways to reach larger audiences by teaming up with guys like Roseman, right, to get after strategies like Donaide to help reach broader audiences, bring in more donors, volunteers, and really impact the community in new ways.
Yeah, well, that I certainly am familiar with Campus Crusade for Christ. I didn't know that it was. Yeah, that's exciting. So as I mentioned when I introduced you, you also have a relationship with All Pro Dad. Can you tell us a little bit that?
Well, I do, and I'm an artifact guy, right? I met this guy right there along the way. In fact, in 2002, I was the general sales manager of a large media property here in town, and I had a very large budget, lots of employees, and a measure of influence. but I met a man who did influence differently. He did it by starting in his own family and then moving to concentric circles with men like you're going to hear about here in a couple of minutes. Marlon Jackson, who played for him and had him as a coach. And so I had the good fortune to come alongside Tony and some other leaders at an enterprise called All Pro Dad. And we built that from something very small to something that now has 1,200 chapters all over America. And what's really cool about that is the first chapter was at Cathedral High School right here in Indianapolis, Indiana. It's an amazing story. I don't have time to lift that all up today, but you can learn more at allprodad.com. And it's a joy to do the work that I do with leaders like Marlon and Tony and countless other NFL players, coaches, and alumni that have given their life to be about something more than selfish pursuits, but about community pursuits and impact and ways to just lift up great programs and strategies.
Yeah, what a noble cause that is. That's awesome. Thanks for sharing that. All right. Well, as you mentioned, our next guest is Marlon Jackson. So we're going to talk to him for a second. We'll be back to talk to you in a moment. So for those of you who do not know, Marlon Jackson is a former Indianapolis Colt and Super Bowl champion. He is a husband, a father, a social entrepreneur, and he is the founder of Pulse Analytics and the founder of Fight for Life Foundation. And that is what we are going to talk to Marlon about right now. So Marlon, welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for having me on. It's a pleasure to be with you.
We're so happy you're here. Can you tell us about Fight for Life Foundation?
Yeah. Our mission at the Fight for Life Foundation is to serve deserving but underserved youth through social emotional learning, helping them develop the skills necessary to be successful in life. Social emotional learning being the strategy of how you acquire and apply the skills necessary to manage emotions, to set and achieve goals, to feel and show empathy for others. And ultimately, it's about responsible decision making. And I mentioned acquire and apply. So we have a digital platform in which we partner with school systems and community organizations to implement our strategy of SEL. And through our system, we help the students acquire these skills and knowledge through surveys, through assessments, through workbooks, through a gamified strategy done in the classroom. And then on the applying side, the application, we actually measure in real time and provide data analytics around what's going on with the students' behavior so that we can have earlier intervention. As I said before, we do this by primarily partnering with school systems to do so in community-based organizations. But it's all about filling a gap that exists in underserved communities where the parents may be battling their social determinants of health, and this is affecting the students and giving them adverse childhood experiences. So that social emotional development, which should happen at home, is not happening. And we step in and we fill that gap through our partnerships with schools and community-based sites.
What motivated or inspired you to work with children?
My firsthand experience, being an underserved youth myself, growing up in poverty, having a mother that tried to deal as best she could with her own traumas in life, but wasn't successful in doing so and became addicted to drugs and alcohol. Navigating that environment, having athletics, as I said before, fill that gap for me and help me develop my social and emotional abilities. And making it through all of that, I look back and I saw, what God wanted me to do with my life on a larger scale, and that is to influence and affect others and the masses of other youth that are growing up within the same circumstances that I faced and overcame.
That's awesome. Thanks for doing that.
No, it's my pleasure and it's my purpose.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Well, thank you so much for sharing that story with us. We're going to come back and ask you some more questions, but I want to introduce our third guest today, Matthias Kiwanuka. He is joining us. We're going to pop him up here in just a second. So Matthias, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. So you played 9 seasons with the New York Giants. You're a 2-time Super Bowl champ, and you are now the CEO at Wandering Wines. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Correct. So we import and distribute. We have 4 different brands that we that we sell. We are Wandering Wines, that's our parent company. We also have Lost Vine, that's more of the entry-level brands. We have Keen, which houses a sparkling and another rosé. And then we have Peaks and Valleys, which is our whole organic, sustainably farmed wines. And we are primarily 95% on premise down here in South Florida. So we go everywhere from Key Largo to Jensen Beach. We have clients, mom and pops. We have breweries. We have, Kyle G's up north, which is one of the best steakhouses in the state of Florida. And then we have, just tons of people down here in Fort Lauderdale, which is where we're based at. So we're just very happy to be able to bring our brands to the market in Florida, and we will expand.
That's awesome. And so I hear you also sit on the boards of several nonprofits. Can you tell us a little bit about those?
Yeah, I have been blessed to be able to spend a lot of my time working with nonprofits. There's a couple that I work with. The first one, which if you go on YouTube, you can look at video, it's Treat the Pain. That was the first travel that I did second travel I did with an organization, the first publicized one. And they bring palliative care to people in rural villages, and it's difficult to watch because there's so many people in the villages who could benefit from it, late stage, AIDS or cancer patients. And a lot of times they're just left to fend for themselves because people, A, don't understand that there is a type of care that can help them. And two, they just don't have access to it. So we actually went and visited in the village and got to sit with some people that were helped by it. And that was amazing. After that, I did some projects of my own. Some were successful, some were not. And I decided to help use my influence by joining up with three other charities. One is the Water Trust. The Water Trust builds sustainable water projects in Africa specifically. And when they reached out to me and I looked at their map, you literally could draw, a circle around the village that my mom grew up in, and they were working there. So it was a no-brainer for me. I could be in my mom's village and I could help bring, different, not just water, but other life resources to the village. The next one is All Star Smiles. It's a local charity down here, founded by Craig Spodak out of Delray Beach. He's a dental professional. And what we do there is we just bring pop-ups to small towns, and cities in South Florida where children need dental care, and he'll provide cleanings, and we'll have other dentists volunteer their time. And if children do need care, then we'll bring them back, and he'll operate or do whatever he needs to do with them in that way. The last one, I promise, is Smile Train. Now, this is the one that I'm very excited about. Recently, I just joined the board, so I'm getting into, diving deep into everything. We just had a conversation yesterday. Well, I'll tell you a little bit about it. It's, it was founded by Charles Wang. And, what we do is we bring a sustainable model to comprehensive care for cleft lips in underdeveloped countries. Now, it's something that in the developed world has been, pretty much eradicated. There are still some cases here in the United States that need help. So in the United States, we do help fill the gaps between what insurance deems as necessary and what they think is cosmetic, because you understand the way that you look, the way your smile is, has a big impact on how your life goes. Outside of outside of the U.S. is where the majority of the work is focused. And I say it's sustainable care because we don't bring doctors into a village and then leave. What we do is we go into a village, we find doctors that need to be trained, and that could take months, it could take years even. And those doctors, when Smile Train leaves, are able to sustain the care for those people in that village. So as I was saying, we just had a conversation yesterday, and I'm taking a trip to Uganda in June, and part of my goal is to go into the village that my mom grew up in and find some children who need care there. So for me, obviously a lot of things are Uganda centered, and that's why I've chosen the majority of the people that I work with. But I do enjoy helping people. So I'm appreciative of this opportunity to get to speak about it, and especially to be with you guys.
Yeah. So what was the moment like when you realized you could use sort of, your influence to make an impact and help those in need?
So, there's points in your life where you can point to and say, this was a defining moment, or this is where my life changed. And for me, it was, I think, year 4. This is my second stint, my 4th year in the NFL, my second stint on injured reserve, which anybody who knows anything about the game, that's not the place you want to be. And, I'm staring down the barrel of the end of my career, and I flew around to multiple doctors, and one by one, they all told me, your football is pretty much over for you. You need to find another thing to do with your life. And for me, as a young person, first round draft pick, to hear that was mind boggling for me. So I searched, and I was connected to an organization out of Charlottesville, Virginia called MCAM. And I went there, I stayed with them in their house, and I studied, and I got to understand what they did. And what they do is they go to villages, and they use a model called community engagement. So they insert themselves in a village for a period of time, and they find a business model that is sustainable once they leave, and they will help create a business with the U.S. resources that they have. They'll help create a business in that village so that those people can provide and continue to provide once they're long gone. And I thought that was, just an amazing premise, because I had done work in Uganda. I had gone to Uganda and built a well, and I realized that it drained the resources on the school, and that's not the way you go into a community. You don't go in and say, hey, I have this, you need that. What you do is you go in and you sit with people. So I took that model when I went back to Uganda, and I said, hey, what can I do? And they asked me for something very simple and specific. We want a building that can be used for multiple purposes, draw a line down the middle. It's an amphitheater on one, it's a classroom on the other. And so we did it. And I went back just this past year, and, they put the plaque up, and we realized we doubled the school's enrollment just by, a project that was half the budget of the previous one, but produced way more. So going back to how all this happened, I found myself in the back of a truck in Papua New Guinea with a hole in my shoes and just going through the village. And I thought to myself, this is what I'm meant to do. There's a part of me that is meant to travel and to help people around the world. And I wanted to continue doing that. God blessed me. The next year, I was able to go back and continue playing for a number of years after that. And during that time, I joined forces with all these different organizations. And that was the defining moment for me, sitting in the back of that truck in Papua New Guinea, realizing that, just my presence alone in a village can bring change, not from my pockets, but from things like this, from people who want to get involved and want to help.
What a cool moment. That's awesome. Thanks for sharing that story with us.
Of course.
Yeah, now, Darren, I do want to ask you, I want to switch over to talk a little bit more about your work. What's it like working with NFL players? I mean, how active are you and these players actually in the communities where you work?
Well, I'll riff with what just happened there. Like, I'm good friends with his teammate, Will Black, former teammate, Will Blackman, Eli Manning, other people that were on the Giants. We could riff for a long time on that. But I keep a network of several hundred NFL players, coaches, and alumni that I try to meet their needs, right? I say, if you can minister to the pros can minister to the people. Now, in a secular context, that becomes, if they can be on mission in the community. So every week I have a different mission with a different athlete in a different city. This morning I was working on one with a receiver from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for Promise Keepers in June. So I'm constantly building programs. I call it proexperiences.org. And it's just an easy way for me to connect people to pros. Sometimes that's through virtual means like this. I produced a TV show just a couple of weeks ago with Tony Dungy and Anthony Munoz and Chad Hennings, and we reached over 4 million people with an international viewing audience for a program called Super Bowl Breakfast. So that was a digital manifestation, but many of them are in-person manifestations. And we love the work that we do. It's an awful fun opportunity for me to help lift up men that have learned this principle. Extraordinary people don't just do extraordinary things. They do the ordinary things better than anyone else. And I heard Marlon talk about that. He said, we do social emotional. We don't let our past become an excuse for our future. We understand our identity. We do the things that matter in our own family first, then in concentric circles around us in our community and in our world. And that guy right there, man, he's changing the face of Indianapolis in the most impressive ways. And they're not always heralded. They're not always in the big media, although sometimes they are. But I'm telling you, a difference is being made. And I love the work that I do. And thank you for asking me about that.
Yeah, and speaking of Marlon and Tony Dungy, Marlon, a lot of people talk about how influential Tony has been in their lives, the leadership he shows both on the field and off the field. What influence has he had on you? Oh, I think you're on mute.
Sorry about that.
That's like the saying of 2020 into 2021.
I'm sure everyone has experienced that a little bit over the last.
Totally.
But from the onset of the relationship and how we kicked off on one of the first meetings that we had, it was faith, family, football, prioritization. And me being a young Black man that came from the ghetto, that never met my father, that lacked role models growing up, and had been developed through sport. I never heard a coach prioritize that way. So for me, immediately the culture, right? And that was a lesson in the power of culture, being around Tony Dungy, where it may not necessarily be one-on-one sitting down having a conversation, but because of his philosophy and his strategies and his mindset being embedded into the culture of the Indianapolis Colts, he indirectly shaped and influenced so many minds in a broad manner. So then for me, that in turn allowed me to think about me leaning in and embracing my role as an athlete and the platform that I've been afforded. And then even strategically thinking about culture, and thinking about schools, thinking about how many students are inside of those buildings that are suffering at home, and how they go to school as a safe place, and how through culture, shaping culture within schools, you can shape mindsets on a broad scale, in a broad manner, and make a widespread impact. So that all started for me in our initial meeting with Coach Dungy, and then it just continued to, really be reinforced over the years that I was with the Indianapolis Colts underneath Tony Dungy.
Yeah. And do you still have a pretty good relationship with him, in touch with him to this day?
I mean, we're not in touch frequently, but when we see, it's one of those relationships, like any coach, former teammates, when you see one another, you just fall back into, what was when you were connected and around each other on a daily basis. Those feelings from the blood, sweat, and tears and the sacrifice of time put in together, those things never leave you. So it's just, picking right back up where you left off whenever you reconnect.
Absolutely. That's awesome. So, can you, I mean, do you feel like it's kind of like hit you that impact he made on you has then caused you to go make an impact and be that same person that he was for you on all of these other people that you impacted in your charity?
Yep. It has. I'm a very introspective type of individual. So just in always being reflective in nature, I think about those points and those interactions that influence me and touch my heart and my mind to really change and shape how I think and how I act now. And all of that, it's about your environment, what you experience in that environment, how that influences your mind and how that influences your behavior and what you do. And that leads to outcomes within our lives. And from the standpoint of social emotional learning and technology and trying to make a widespread impact, through culture and shaping culture through technology, for me, it started with athletics. But for me, Coach Dungy took it to another level where he clearly prioritized faith as a fundamental component, right? And then our family, and this is a professional football player, a multi-million-dollar organization, multi-million-dollar contract, and he's telling you, your faith is most important, then your family, and third and last is what you ask your occupation. It's so powerful, and that for me, that's the power of leadership. Leadership influences, and shapes people's mind, to shape their behavior, which then shapes what we see in society. And for me, it's all these, points of contact and people like Coach Dungy that has really developed that within me and my faith in God, ultimately.
That's awesome. Well, Marlon, you make a great point there. And it's the reason why, we wanted to ask all three of you individuals on this session today, because we know that everybody here has been blessed, right? And the fact that, as Jennifer said, passing down the knowledge and the information, sometimes the learning lessons that we weren't able to understand early in life, that we now, as we get older, we understand. So once again, I appreciate that. Why we have you here, and then I'm going to jump over to Matthias. I get to ask some fun entertainment questions that we were getting from various followers of Donaide. So these are going to be football related typically, but so what was your favorite, as the local guy still here in Indy, and obviously Colts fans here, but what was your favorite moment of all time playing with the Colts? Do you have one?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think if there's Colts fans, you probably can guess my favorite moment. Obviously winning the Super Bowl, but on a personal level, picking off Tom Brady, to help send my team to the Super Bowl, because it was one of those moments that's a backyard moment right there. Like when you were a little kid, when I was on 309 Quimby Street, playing with my childhood friends in the backyard, and there's a telephone pole in the middle of the field. We went through those types of scenarios. The game's on the line. You make the game saving play to help your team get over the hump. And just the backdrop of that game, the history of the Indianapolis Colts and the New England Patriots, and how they had been our nemesis, and we couldn't get over the hump and beat those guys, and to do it in that fashion and to have it be a comeback victory, right? Being down by 17, 18 points at halftime, and a great moment there, even with Coach Dungy in that moment, like at halftime, being down, but him being so confident and having so much faith and coming into the locker room saying, "Men, we have the right where we want them. Like we're gonna do this, and that. We're gonna come back. We're gonna take the lead, and then we're gonna win this game." And like when we were all filled with doubt, he had so much faith that he injected that same faith into us in that moment and went out there and won that game. So for all of those reasons, that's one of my favorite moments.
Absolutely. I know a lot of people in Indianapolis have that same feeling. So I appreciate it. Matthias, for once again, Indianapolis people, a little shout out to the East Side. Who are watching right now who don't know, I grew up with Matthias, so I remember, as Marlon was saying, some backyard stuff. So it's a lot of fun. I didn't grow as large as you did, so I had to keep my career to backyard. But no, I know a lot of people, here, friends, family, we talk about, and I got this specific question, is knowing or kind of understanding what was going through your head, because you touched on it a little bit, some struggles that you were going through in your career. And what was that like going into your first Super Bowl, knowing that you had no chance of getting on that field, and then what you did after that to make sure that second opportunity that you were ready to go?
Yeah, so I mean, I've spoken about this. It was, it's a real test of your mental strength. You are an athlete, and I was blessed, in a lot of things had to go right, but you also got to understand, I worked my butt off to get to that point. Nobody makes it in the NFL, nobody sustains their career in the NFL if they're not hyper focused on achieving one goal. And I was, and we all were at that point. So, being in that big game, but not being able to compete with the team, that was really, really devastating to me. And so I had to go back and I had to do a lot of soul searching, and I spent a lot of time, in my own head. And then eventually, you have that second surgery, you start walking, you start running, and the sun comes back out. Literally, like, you could see things better clearly and whatnot. So I made it my goal to make sure that every game that I played from that point on, I took it seriously. I was involved. I was, prepared. And, Marlon, you said you picked off Brady. I picked off Brady in a preseason game, but you couldn't have told me we weren't going to the playoffs because of it. It's those things that you work for. So as it was during that time period, there were so many different things that happened after that I have to attribute to going through that pain, and coming out of it as a stronger, better player.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I can see how that helps with the drive of your charitable work, because obviously, and everybody on this phone knows that change doesn't happen overnight. We're working really hard, and we think sometimes we're not making headway in our communities, and just knowing what our mission is. So once again, appreciate you being on. Darren, to you, this is one question. We've talked a lot, and it goes back, Jennifer mentioned mentoring and things like that. And I'm very blessed to have you in my life over the last, 8 months or so. And, but we've never talked about a fun, entertaining mission moment. I know we got some real meaningful ones. Do you have any fun, entertaining, and meaningful moments? I mean, you're traveling to other countries with professional athletes, helping in villages.
Mm-hmm. Well, all that is true, and those have all been meaningful. But I thought of one because y'all, mentioned this. Coach Strong, went on from Louisville to Texas and on from there, was coaching down at Louisville. I flew Tony Dungy in from Florida. I had a Tennessee Titan drive up. The neat thing about the Tennessee Titans player was that his dad had been an elite NFL player, at a very high level. I'm not going to disclose his name in the moment, but he was the dad that never was. He was the player in the worst sense of a word. He did not father well with his son. His son made it to the NFL anyway because he had he had incredible speed. An injury cut his career short. But the point is, we met up in Louisville. We went into the locker room, and in about 90 minutes, we trained up the entire Louisville football team in a mentoring strategy called Uncommon. They then went out onto the field because I invited the criminal justice system to invite incarcerated youth that got a day pass to come down on the football field at the University of Louisville. And on that day, with the help of this Titans player and Tony Dungy, myself, and a few others, we built an integrated mentoring strategy that brought social, emotional, leadership, and many other forms of training in a 6-station training. And that day was one of the best days of my life as I think about what it is that we had done. And it wasn't because Tony was there. It was because we brought a gravitas and a strategy that we could replicate to other teams, whether that's a high school team, a middle school team, a pro team. And these are the kind of things that from that, Steve, my life now has blossomed in such a way that those are the kind of redemptive and meaningful activities that I get to do all over the world, in Africa. And I'm headed to India soon, Israel coming up before long. Both of these men on this call, I'm going to invite on an all-expense paid trip to Israel. Now, they don't know that yet, but they just got an invitation from me. It's going to be amazing. And I tell you what, they can come along for the journey, and then guess what they'll do with me? I'm going to land it right here. They'll invite me along on their journeys. And in that process, we go from journey to odyssey. We're on an odyssey. We're all coming together with our own new adventures to impact the community, to make a difference, and ultimately achieve God's good will for us as we go about our individual missions that work collectively to accomplish His high purposes in our life, in our community, and in our world.
Love it. That is the epitome of Donaide right there. Donaide's just a tool. It's a platform, right? But it's about bringing this moment together so great people can do great things. So thank you for sharing that. That's awesome.
Well, I was going to ask you what's next, but I think you just said what's next. That's some pretty exciting stuff there. Are there any specific events or, specific impacts you're trying to make in the year ahead?
Well, can I give a shout out to proexperiences.org, Ryan Kelly, the center from the Colts, Joe Wrights, broadcaster, former player, Gary Brackett, one of Marlon's closest teammates, They're all going to come to Top Golf on May 24th. I'm selling bays. I could use your help. I need some volunteers. But ultimately, I'm also looking for some sponsors to help make that come to pass so that we can execute a plan at the Brookside Community Center, the center of Indianapolis, where there's deep need for a project called Project Play Summer Camps. And those summer camps, we're going to take the pros down. We're going to interact with the youth. We're going to do a strategy, bringing social, emotional, behavioral learning to help make a difference in a community. And Marlon called them underserved. I'm going to call them at promise. We're going to take great, purposeful people down to communities that are at promise so that we can make a promise to help make them better, give them a hand up, not a handout, and ultimately find ways to help communities win.
What an awesome thing for this summer. Summer is such a pivotal time for kids. I love that. Awesome. Okay, Marlon, what's next for you with Fight for Life in 2021?
Right now, leading a nonprofit organization, fundraising is always at the forefront. So, just continuing to establish and build relationships with granting organizations like Lilly Endowment, Nina Pulliam Foundation, CICF, all these organizations. So just preparing, for funding requests, program development, really refining how we roll out our programming with our virtual learning platform, developing some marketing assets in terms of training materials, training resources right now. Tech development. I mean, once you have a technological platform, maintenance, enhancements, increased functionality, it's an ongoing process. It's very innovative, very new. So, continuing to get feedback from our users, continuing to be responsive to the feedback that we receive from our users and to build that into our platform, to stay nimble. And then just continuing to scale and increase, our user base, increasing the number of schools that we work with, increasing the number of community-based sites that we work with, increasing the service providers that are on our platform to receive referrals from schools and community-based sites. And then finally, in this path towards sustainability, it's never ending, but, taking something from scratch and building it up to sustainability, you get to the point where you get your funding resources, you have your programming down, you start to implement, you have customers, you gain traction, and now we're at that pivotal point of securing more funding so that we can then build the human capacity to go along with the technical infrastructure that we built as well. So all of those things, on my plate right now, what I'm focusing on with Fight for Life Foundation, along with our board of directors, excited about that group of people that we have there as well. But just continued development and executing on our mission of serving deserving but underserved youth through SEL and combating their adverse childhood experiences.
Yeah, that's an exciting year ahead. There's a lot on the horizon there. Matthias, what about you? You've got a lot going on. Is there a specific community focus for 2021?
Yeah, I do. Like you said, I do have a lot going on, but that's kind of the way that I operate, and I appreciate it. On the business front, Wandering Wine specifically today, we're reaching out to Capital Grill. We're trying to get into Capital Grill outside of the state of Florida. So if you guys eat there, go ahead and ask your waiter where Wandering Wines is on the list. I will be taking you up on that invitation to Israel, and I'll extend an invitation to Uganda in June with the Smile Train. So Smile Train is going to come along. We're in the process right now of figuring it out, but we are going to build it and publicize it and do all those things. So I'm going to take you up and I'll invite stars. We'll talk about those expenses later because I got to take that to the board, but we'll see. And then as far as donations for here, I think the one that could be helped out the most is All Star Smiles. You see it's right there in the middle, allstarsmiles.org. For Smile Train and Water Trust, obviously we would love to receive donations, but All Star Smiles is a small local charity, so any little bit that you give there is going to make a bigger impact.
That's good to know. Thanks for explaining that. Well, we are so grateful for all three of you joining us today, and the impact you're making is so inspiring. I honestly cannot think of a better way to have started this day than and hearing about what you're doing. And I hope everybody out there is equally as inspired to go out and have a great day. So thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank
You
you.
know that
Having us.
everybody can be found. Just go to app at donaide.com. You'll see all these organizations there. Their websites were also, on the website. Feel free to reach out, and we'll get you in contact with any of the organizations that we're on today, and so we can help more in the community. And thank you again for being a great example and showing others how to help those in need.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity to share our platform and our journey.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well,
Hey, everybody.
before we sign off, I just want to give a quick plug for 1 o'clock this afternoon. Join us back here. We're going to have 3 more awesome guests who are making a big impact in the community. David Sexauer, Amber Fields, and Natasha Robinson. So we will be here at 1 o'clock, and we hope you all will too.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome back to our afternoon session. We are so excited to be here talking to some amazing community leaders and connectors. All of them have extensive experience working with nonprofits and even bigger hearts. Before we get started and introduce them, I want to introduce myself and Steve. So I'm Jennifer Ehrbacher, if you didn't join in this morning, and my co-host is the one and only Steve Roseman, CEO and founder of Donaide. Hey, Steve.
Hey. I'll be back at 1 o'clock here. So we had a great session this morning. Got a lot of texts, a lot of feedback. So it was exciting. I have another one right now.
This morning was fantastic. If you missed it, please go back and watch it this afternoon or this evening, because we got to talk with some incredible former athletes who are doing amazing things in their communities. And this afternoon is going to be just as great. So before we jump in and meet our guests, let's just really briefly, if you are not familiar with Donaide, it's an awesome tech-based, simple tool that helps donors and volunteers and businesses connect with missions and organizations they care about. And then it helps nonprofits and charities really spark lasting relationships with people who have charity-minded and good cause sort of hearts and want to get involved. And so, Steve, you've done something really good in creating this platform.
Thank you. We're excited. So even this morning, it went to show that tech brought together in person some great people. So, and that's a goal, right? So tech's just a tool, and then we have to take it from there. So we're excited. Thank you again for hosting today.
Absolutely. I'm excited to be here and be part of it. So let's get started. Let's meet this afternoon's guests, who are really the reason behind why Donaide exists. We're going to start with David Sexauer. He is the Chief Relationship Officer at After School HQ. He's a father, a volleyball coach, a youth advocate. So David, welcome to the session. Hi.
Hi. Thanks for having me, Jennifer, Steve. Good to see you guys.
Likewise.
Great to see you. So, David, tell us about After School HQ. Why are you so passionate about helping and working with youth in the education space?
Yeah, so I'm a father, as you mentioned. My wife and I have 7 wonderful children. So obviously I better like kids because I've got a lot of them running around in my house. I've been involved in education literally since I was still a student, whether that was serving as a tutor when I was a freshman in high school, to being a camp counselor for elementary school kids when I was in high school, ended up being a youth minister for a while I was in college. Then was a teacher and a coach for many years. As we ended up with the 7 kids, ended up going into the tech space. So I led a tech company for several years, sold that, went back to the education space. Led a school for a while, and then I joined After School HQ summer of last year. And really, it's around the passion of serving students, particularly the historically disadvantaged students, so ethnic minorities and/or those who come from low-income backgrounds. And After School HQ is a technology platform that does that, and it's doing it at scale. And so it just checks a lot of boxes that are passions of mine for making a difference in our community.
Well, with 7 kids, I mean. That is a busy household.
Yes, indeed. It's certainly, my wife is super mom, as I like to say, because she's been homeschooling them for about 20 years. It's also sent them to school. We've done public, private, charter, homeschool, everything. We love education. We love kids. And so we've committed our lives to be able to serving kids more and better.
That's awesome. So just a clarifying question. You said it's After School HQ is really a tech platform. So does it do in-person events, or is it helping kids on technology after school?
So we actually do 2 things. One, we are a platform for increasing engagement for what I would actually say are out of classroom activities. And so we are not content deliverers ourselves. We don't write any original content. We don't have people on there doing things from our staff, but we have a host of partners that we bring in who deliver content to students. The traditional easy ones are after school sports. So I'm one of those former athletes, not the caliber of some of the guys you had on this morning. I played in high school, played in college, but nobody ever paid me a whole lot of money to put on a uniform. But I had a lot of fun, and I met my wife playing volleyball in college, so it worked out for me. But the platform, really what it does is it allows parents to easily find activities that are local to them, either through their school or third-party service providers. So we just facilitate that connection. It's a great thing for the staff at the school. It's a great thing for the service providers. It's a great thing for the students. And as we all learned last year, being able to have a hybrid delivery model where it can be virtual if it needs to be, or in person when feasible, is a great thing. And our platform allows for both.
Yeah, totally. Well, we're going to talk to you and ask you more questions here in a little bit. We're excited to hear about some of the fun things you have going on this year.
Awesome.
Yeah. So right now, though, we're going to meet our next guest, Amber Fields. She is Director of Sales at AIS, technology business consultant. She's a mother. She's a community connector. She's busy too. She is on the board at Daymar Services and the Charter Academy. Hey, Amber.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
We're excited you're here too. So tell me about AIS. What is it?
Yes, so we are an IT consulting firm that helps businesses simplify their technology, use it to innovate and build platforms to help elevate business. So whether that be around help desk and security or just production and connectivity, we're the ones that are helping you formulate those solutions to help move the business forward.
Yeah, and I hear that AIS picks 2 charities a year that you really sort of like hyper-focus your support on.
We do. We have not picked those for this year, but we typically, we've done support of events, sponsored events. We used to attend galas as a team, and obviously because of COVID, that looks a little bit different this year. So more conversations to come on that.
Absolutely. Well, we're excited to dive into that here in a second. Thanks. All right. Third and final guest, certainly not least, is Natasha Robinson. She's the marketing and event coordinator for Prevail Inc. She also serves on volunteer committees for other nonprofit organizations like the Hamilton County Leadership Academy and Exotic Feline Rescue Center, which is super cool. Hey, Natasha.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Good.
We are good. Good. We're excited to have you here. So tell us a little bit about Prevail, how long you've been there, how it's impacted your life.
Okay. So Prevail is a not-for-profit victims advocacy service. So we really work with any victim of crime or abuse. The biggest piece of that pie is domestic violence and sexual assault. We also work with some human trafficking, bank robbery, identity theft, elderly abuse, kind of anyone that needs our services. We are here to help them. So that's men, women, children, teens. So we do individual appointments. We also have psychoeducational based support groups. We do all the protective orders for Hamilton County and just a lot of crisis response with the police departments and different things like that.
Yeah, well, that's such important work, and I know it's not easy. How has that impacted you?
So I have been with Prevail going on 13 years now. I was fresh out of the college boat getting here. This is my community. I grew up just north of here in a little town called Cicero, actually out in the rural part of that. And I had no idea that these things even happened. I was totally oblivious to violence of any kind, domestic abuse, things like that. So being a part of Prevail and being able to serve my community and maybe make a change for my daughter has been huge for me. I really am passionate about stopping the violence before it occurs and just making Hamilton County a safer place. And hopefully that spreads out across the state and the nation.
Absolutely. We're going to talk a little bit more about those primary prevention measures here in a little bit, because I know that's so important. So we'll be right back to you. I want to ask David a couple things, though, switching back to talk about your organization, After School HQ. I know you have several exciting initiatives and Indy Summer Youth Program that you are working on. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, we're really excited about that. So there's a group in town called the Marion County Commission on Youth that helps to organize the Indiana Summer Youth Program. And what that is a group of funders who come together. It was started by Lilly Endowment, I think about 12 years ago. And they put on some programming, and it's everybody from Boys and Girls Club, YMCA, a lot of different organizations doing a lot of great things to provide programming for students during the summer. And so in the past, they've used some various, I'll call them technology tools, not as up to snuff as could have been done, because technology is constantly changing and getting better. And so this year they decided to partner with After School HQ to be the platform to sign up the registrations and to handle all the management of that, because we were already doing that across Indiana in a couple different areas. And they just figured, let's use technology, the kind of the latest and greatest, reach more kids and families, be able to do more good. And so we're just really excited to see that rolled out.
Yeah, totally. And what is the timeline on that? I mean, obviously summer.
Yeah. So we've started launching. So people are signing up right now in terms of the providers themselves. It's interesting. We have a board member from Daymar on here, Amber. Hi, nice to see you. In a little box on my screen there. But so they have some summer programs, and so they're putting them on there. So I think later this month that will all go live. Right now, it's just the providers getting on and putting all of the activities in there, because there's about 200 service providers that are doing this across Marion County. So a lot of coordination there. And right now they're just getting that all set up on the back end so that later on this month, the parents can start signing up.
Yeah, well, summer is such an important time for kids being out of school. And so that's really great.
Yeah.
Okay. Amber, let's talk about your nonprofits. You mentioned Women in High Tech, Dove Recovery House. What are those, and why do you support them?
Absolutely. Women in High Tech. So we exist to change the landscape of women represented in STEM. We have a passion for the equally inclusive for all. We work to connect female STEM professionals with each other and our community in Indiana. So our members and sponsors represent a wide array of STEM fields, including life sciences, accounting, engineering, psychology, statistics, and of course, information technology. They work as engineers, analysts, scientists, business developers, marketers, you name it, educators. David. My good friend, Rebecca Borman, is the president there. And as an organization, we're super passionate. We're a minority-owned company as well. And we're just really passionate about making sure there's inclusivity. And we have a high focus on success and future involvement of women and minorities in our industry. So that's Women in High Tech kind of in a nutshell. Mm-hmm. And then Dove House, that's a really incredible story. I became intimately involved with Dove House when I met their executive director, Wendy No. Her and I did a program last year together called Rise and Thrive. And I also didn't know how domestic abuse, and there were so many women in our community struggling. Dove House is the largest recovery housing program for women in Marion County. They serve daily up to 40 women at their current establishment, and they serve really vulnerable women in our community. And these women have experienced physical, emotional, sexual abuse, women who are homeless, women who are struggling with substance abuse and disorder, and really have nowhere else to turn. So as Steve knows, as I started my career in non-for-profits with his organization several years ago, I have a huge heart for non-for-profits and just being involved, and wanted to make a difference for these two non-for-profits this year.
Yeah, and it sounds like Dove Recovery House has a lot in common with some of the things Natasha's doing at Prevail. Yeah. So Natasha, I want to know more about the primary prevention measures you were talking about. What are those? Why are those important?
So primary prevention is fairly new to the game. A lot of people don't quite understand what it is. But really, we have 2 team members on our primary prevention team, and their job is to put us out of business. So there wouldn't be a need for Prevail in the first place. Violence doesn't happen. Everybody's safe. So primary prevention is evidence-based, and it's supported by the CDC. So a lot of the programs we do through primary prevention are evidence-based. So I have a big poster back here. I don't know if you can really see it or not, but
yeah, we can see
it. It's kind of there. We have 5 initiatives through primary prevention. The first one is 100 Men. So that is really just engaging men in our community to be active and role models for the youth. So what those guys do is They have project committees and project captains, and they put on events for the youth in our community they're free. So we've done a chalk art competition. This year we'll do a teen financial literacy fair. So that's going to be free to any adolescents, youth that need to attend. It talks about taxes, things that kids don't really get super prepared for, college applications, things like that. The second one is our Healthy Relationships initiative. So that is a Safe Dates curriculum that we actually go into middle schools each. So that's teaching kids that are at a dating age what appropriate boundaries are, what a healthy relationship looks like, and then trying to engage their parents to be able to have conversations outside of that too, just to, stop the violence before it starts. The second one, and it's our third one, and our newest one, is our Community Reads program. So that is an initiative just to get community members to read a book and record themselves doing that. And then we put that on our YouTube page. Like we have our sheriff, Dennis Quakenbush, has read a few books for us. We're in the process of a Community Reads challenge. So that is just engaging young kids who might not have someone to read to them. Through YouTube, they get a story, and that helps reduce the violence in their lives. It engages their brains a little bit more. The fourth one is Raise the Bar. So that actually is a program where we go into alcohol serving establishments and train the employees on how to recognize signs of potential sexual violence and to step in when needed. So that's a fairly new program. I believe that's statewide as well. And the last one is our 40 developmental assets. So it was kind of cool because it was mentioned earlier today, actually, on the first video, but Marlon talked about adverse childhood experiences, which we like to use acronyms a lot. So the 40 developmental assets are specific in combating that. So I'm looking through my notes here. Sorry, I'm super over prepared. There's 40 developmental assets. We focus on 8 of them. So support, empowerment, boundaries and expectations, constructive use of time, commitment to learning, positive values, social competencies, and positive identity. And all of these are really geared towards youth and supporting them as they grow. We also do a training off of that called Everybody is an Asset Builder, and it just teaches people like how to look at things differently and incorporate people's different experiences into the assets model.
That's really cool. That's a lot of great work that you guys are doing to help prevent violence before it ever starts.
Yeah. Yep. It's really important. And the part of it is we have to have community buy-in. So we can do all this work, but we have to have everybody engaged in order to actually make these programs work.
Right.
That's awesome.
Totally.
Well, and it's funny because it's just like our earlier show where it seemed like there's a lot of connections between the two, and actually it's not. So I know I've had earlier conversations with David where a lot of his technology, and I know he didn't mention it as much in the conversation earlier with some of the questioning, but not only are they helping provide a place for these activities, but their goal is to get a lot of data and show what these activities and the youth, and it's really tying in with Natasha and Amber, and really as a whole going back to that, if we can figure out how to prevent, obviously that's the best solution. So that's awesome. I do want to ask Dave, because I get to ask some of the fun questions that people ask and conversations we've had in the past. So David, one of the things that you and I have talked about that was really not eye-opening, but really exciting for me is a conversation we had in the boardroom once where you had referenced that you're a part of, and you have a collective group of men, sometimes interchangeable depending on the activity, but it sounds like for 20 some years, you've surrounded yourself with a group of men that consistently gather together to help, whether it be volunteer for events, activities, things like that. How do you keep that going for so long? Like how did it even start?
Yeah. So it's interesting.
You weren't really getting in groups to volunteer together. It was just kind of a, your church or something like that.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm part of two groups. One's a much larger group. One is a smaller group, but they're both started by similar guys. So the first group we just call it our Brothers Keepers group, and I've been in it for about 16 years now, I think, and a number of different churches that are represented in that, and we welcome people in. And I think the youngest member, we got a 2-year-old, the son of one guy that comes, and then I know we got a couple guys in their 70s. But it's really because some of the guys that started it. So a guy from Lilly that I met through homeschooling named Tom Miyakawa, he's kind of the glue, really. And he encourages us to show up, to be authentic, and to just, to really share with each other about what's going on with us. And so there have been, probably a couple hundred different guys who've come in and out, but there's a core of us, probably about a half a dozen who've been there since about 2005. And so it's just really awesome. Tom was hired by a guy at Lilly named Greg Enos, and Greg has started a group with a guy named Don Palmer called Citizen 7. And so that's a much larger group. I think there's about 360 in that, but it's a similar concept of just men coming together to serve our community. And so both of those groups are they're driven by these founders, Tom and then Greg and Don and some other guys in there. But they just have a passion to serve. And so when they do that, it gets people excited. I'm an excitable kind of guy. If I talk here long enough, I'll start jumping up and down at some point. That's why I'm standing instead of sitting in a chair. But just that coming together around this common bond. The smaller group, it's around accountability, because all men are flawed severely, and we do best when we're in fellowship with others. And then the larger group, Citizen 7, is about serving the city of Indianapolis and realizing that I have a passion for historically disadvantaged youth, and I can do some things by myself. A whole lot more good gets done when I'm joined by my brothers. And if it's 2 brothers, we can do so much. If it's 20 brothers, if it's 200 brothers, we get a whole lot more done and serve a whole lot more people. So that's what keeps us going.
That's awesome. No, and I 100% agree. So I appreciate you sharing that, because a lot of what we're seeing trend-wise is the enjoyment of doing things together. We're seeing that with the youth. We talk about the benefit of some of they're using, volunteer opportunities in groups as their, social scenes now, which is way more productive than what most of us on this, show here did when we were, that age. So just making some assumptions, but no, I definitely appreciate you sharing that. And I'd like to learn more about that personally as well. So
yeah, so service work is a great way to bond. There's some things, sports, music, food, that people have bonded around for thousands of years, but coming together to help others is also one of those things. It hasn't gotten as much airtime for some reason, but I think it's getting a little bit more now. But I think back to mission trips that I did when I was in college, and they were a blast. I spent most of my summer, my spring breaks and part of my summer vacation going to Mexico and serving. And, the experiences that I had there were just amazing. It's not that I went there to serve and was a blessing to them. I went there and created a lifelong experience in serving that actually blessed and changed me way more than anybody that I was able to serve. So it's an awesome thing to do. And yes, we need to do more of it.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. So, and this actually jumps a lot into Amber and the question I have for her. So we asked everybody 9:30, 1 o'clock in the evening. Do you have 2 nonprofits that you support? You sent us like 9 or 10. I don't know what, apparently you missed the memo about 2 and you're like, I don't really just have 2.
Amber's an overachiever. We all know that.
There you go. So my question is, how does that play out? Like, do you interact with all of them the same? Because there's no way, obviously you're working, mother, I know you personally, you have a lot of activities going on. So how do you interact and allocate time and or responsibility with the different entities that you do support?
Yeah. So I am involved with quite a few. There's lots of different ways that it can look: money, time, connections. I really try to, I'm kind of a hub for connections. And so I learn about the non-for-profit and then try to plug and play the people together. But of that 9 or 10 or 11 that I would have shared with you, I'm probably involved with 5 or 6, but my company is involved from a leadership down, each one of our members of our leadership team is involved with at least 2. And so the fact that we can integrate our time and our resources as a part of who we are as an organization and our culture really allows for that to happen. We can go, I'm a Rotarian now recently. And so through those types of organizations, I get to go be a part of Gleaners, so I'm getting access and visibility and an opportunity to be a part of these organizations in my day-to-day world, giving back while also using expertise in IT. Every company, every business, every non-for-profit has a baseline of some type of foundational service that they need to keep their business up and going. And that's the world that we live in. And so I feel very blessed to, one, be allowed to use the time, to be given the opportunity to use the resources. Yes, I'm not as an overachiever as 7 kids, but I do have 5. So I bring my family along, right? We spend time together as a family being involved for these non-for-profits. Last week, my girls and I went to Hope Anchor and Crew, and we made bracelets for Light for Levi. And it was incredible to watch my girls light up and feel like they were doing something that mattered in the community, and that they're 16, 19, and 10. So we get to do it as a family, we get to do it as an organization, and it just is an integrated part of who we are as humans.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people forget too and anybody who knows me knows I talk about family volunteer opportunities as much as I can, because I think there's a lack thereof, right? Mm-hmm. But that's the only way we can teach our kids how to give back, if that's who we are as people. And, that's what, outside, obviously church, has, various opportunities, but, I've talked to you a little bit about it, but I've never asked that specific question because, there's certain entities I work with that I'm an advisor. That's all I do. There's another one. Okay. I help with events. There's another one that you get my money, because you can't, you go broke giving to 10 to 12 different charities
in time and money.
Money based, right?
Yeah.
You'd never be able to work. So, and I want you to be able to share that, because I think some listeners don't comprehend that people can do different things. I'm not going to name any nonprofits names. You mentioned one, but they don't get it. They get my money, but they don't get my time. Like, their volunteer opportunities are less than awesome. So it's like, but I love their mission. So I donate their mission, and that I go volunteer where it's fun for me and my kids. So that's awesome that you're able to do that with your daughter. So thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it.
Of course.
And then my last fun question is for Natasha. I've never heard anybody in the nonprofit world ever reference bank robbers, by the way.
We go in for the staff. Let me just clarify. We go in and do the briefing for the staff.
I just want to say, when you said bank robbers, I was like, that's a thing still? Like, I know, but it's like an old Western. But thank you for the clarification, because I was like, how do you help a bank robber? Like,
Anyway, so it's the debriefing and the trauma afterwards. So we go in and help the staff, basically.
Makes way more sense than what was.
It's not necessarily just like bank robbery. It could be like a jewelry store got robbed, and we responded to that. That was several years ago, but it's part of it.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I grew up in a family where my grandfather had a chain of liquor stores, and that industry is known for those situations. And I know they didn't know anything about a service like yours, that you definitely could have used it. There were certain situations, even in my own personal family, that happened, and we definitely didn't know about that stuff. We just had to keep moving on. So, I'd love to hear some success stories. Obviously, the one thing that I personally wish could happen more in a category of nonprofit like yours is to be able to share more. And I understand, the privacy that you have to focus on, but I think if people could understand some wins, that you hear this when you hear child abuse, or you hear domestic violence, or you hear these things, then it's that somber thing. It's like, why I get upset. It's like, don't show me a battered dog, because I don't like that. Show me the good side. And so same with, what you're doing. I'd love to hear some great stories so that people understand, wait a minute, I didn't know that I can go there for that. And that could be the result because my life is just this way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we definitely like to focus more on the hope and empowerment than like the picture with the kid with the black eye. Like that is not the mission, the statements that we want to make to people. I actually have a letter from a secondary victim. So our secondary victim services, that's really for the offending parents of children that come through sexual assault support groups, so that those families can come together outside of here and communicate together and kind of overcome that trauma. So they're learning the same things. So this is something we got a couple months ago from a parent. I had to take some names out and things like that because privacy, very important to us. So we want to thank Prevail for everything your organization has been able to help us with this year. It's been a tough road, and then we get to add COVID on top of that. Our child has made great progress, but it's a journey, and we still have a long way to go. We are so glad your organization exists. We really don't know what we'd do without you. Both our advocates have been amazing, as have been the entire staff. I remember my first phone call to Prevail. Just explaining what was happening to the receptionist, and her compassionate responses were so overwhelmingly supportive. It took everything I had to not simply fold into a bubbling mess. As parents, we will go to the ends of the earth for our children. To know that someone was here to help us every step of the way and without any barriers is something that is incredibly rare, and we are very fortunate and grateful, with sincere gratitude. I almost cried. So those are kind of the things that fuel our fires. And then, so we also have our Speakers Bureau, which is clients who are ready to come back and share their story. So we have coaches that talk to them about like public speaking, writing, possibly going on news stories. So that is an initiative we have too that also fuels my fire. Just hearing some of those successes come directly from the mouths of survivors is a big deal for us.
Is that because another step, or the strength of the person, or just the overall message? Because I feel like that's the big thing, right? Is that's part of the awareness is we're not going to let this continue.
All of those things. So that is when victims feel empowered and they're thrivers and they feel like they can come back and share their story, that's also a part of their healing process. Having other people listen to what happened to them is definitely reaffirming. And that's why we do focus a lot on speakers at our events, and we're celebrating them. And then, we like to walk them through whatever their journey looks like. That's kind of our big thing here, regardless. So we believe people no matter what. Their story is their story. When they come through our doors, we meet them where they are and do what they need us to do. So it's not about us leading them. It's about us walking alongside them on their journey. And Speakers Bureau is part of that. So when they're ready and feel empowered to come back, it's just another part of it. I could go on and on about it.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's your life, right? I mean, been there for years, so I get it. So, I appreciate you guys all sharing and being on today. I know, Jennifer, I get to ask a few questions as the co-host.
I know. I get to ask the detail questions. So actually, Natasha, I'm just going to stick with you because you were just talking about events. So it makes perfect sense. As we look ahead in 2021, what are some of the events or things that you have planned that you're excited about?
It's definitely an interesting time to be an event planner with COVID. So this year is actually Prevail's 35th anniversary. So in 35 years, we've estimated that we have served over 50,000 victims of crime and abuse. So it's a big year for us. So our first actual, hopefully in-person events probably won't start until about May. But for April, it's a loaded month for us. It's Sexual Assault Awareness Month, National Crime Victims' Rights Week, Volunteer Appreciation Week, Child Abuse Prevention Month. It's a big one. So we have a big initiative that month called the Clothesline Project. And that's actually a national project, but those are t-shirts that are all painted by survivors sharing their stories. And we take those out throughout the community and hang them up for a day, a week, a month, and just use that as a roaming art display and a way to share people's voices all around. And that also shows victims that they are supported here. So the more people that engage with us through those Awareness Month campaigns, the more people feel that they can come forward for stuff. So those are a big deal for us. And then,
I had no idea that April was such a loaded month.
Oh yeah, April's massive.
I know Natasha. If you go to their profile and Donaide, it's clear as day right there. She's probably got it all up there and looking nice and pretty, and
it's there. Yeah.
There you go.
And then May, I already have it up there as well. Our Mother's Day campaign. So we do like a donate in honor of your mother, and then we send either a virtual card or an actual physical card with whatever message you want to send. So instead of getting flowers for your mothers, you could donate and save a life. Hey, it's a good idea. Also in May, we have our Teen Literacy Fair. So I talked a little bit about that. That's a 100-man committee project. August, fingers crossed, is our largest event. So our Celebration of Hope is August 21st. And that is an event that I work on year round. So that's 400 people. It's at the Renaissance in Carmel. Fingers crossed.
Well, hey, I heard on the Today Show this morning that they're saying we're going to be able to travel again freely by August, September. So I think that bodes well for your event.
Oh yeah, that is a celebration of the speaker too, and just a really good time to like see some of our supporters. I never realized how much I would miss that event when I couldn't do it last year. So that's a big deal for us. And then October is our Go Purple campaign for Domestic Violence Prevention Month. So we just basically ask supporters to wear purple, pick a day, wear purple, and tag us on social media. We do 31 days of awareness posts for that. And then we've also moved our fashion show into October. So it would typically be hosted in May, but now that's going to go into the fall. And then the last thing that we would be doing is our winter appeal, which we just wrapped up actually. So I'll plug that a little bit. We set our goal at 50,000 and we landed just shy of 100,000. So we almost doubled the goal for that mailed appeal. So that was a huge deal for us. Yeah.
And all these are up on your profile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's an easy way to find them all.
Yeah, just go to app@donaide.com, type in Prevail, and you'll see all this stuff. It's awesome.
That's so
He
cool.
does a great job. It's just a little, yeah. No,
I love it.
You do a great job sharing with your community, and that's the biggest part is how they can support you. So
we like to be as transparent as possible. I mean, we can't do it alone. It takes, the village and all kinds of not-for-profit community partners and just all of that engagement. I mean, we're not on an island, that's for sure. We share the wealth.
Yeah, good. Well, thank you so much for sharing all of that with us today. David, I want to flip it to you and hear about what's on the horizon for you and After School HQ in 2021.
Yeah, so a lot going on. We actually just activated our foundation. So that's the charity cause that we're obviously most excited about. So After School Foundation exists to raise funding to bring programs to the schools. So we have the platform on the for-profit side. It's actually a technology platform, and there's a revenue stream, and it does some really cool things. But a lot of the programs that are available do require some funding for them to be able to be delivered to students. And a lot of the students that we serve come from challenged backgrounds. So the foundation exists to actually raise money, and we will pay for the programs to be delivered to those students. So we're kicking off our fundraising. We're accepting donations now, but we're going to do a bunch of golf events. I'm a big golfer, not a very good golfer, unfortunately, but I really enjoy the game. So we're going to do some small events throughout the summer and early into the fall in order to raise funds for students. So it'll be a nationwide thing because we are in several different states. And that's the big thing we're excited about in terms of the nonprofit work.
That's awesome. I hope those are, and the good thing about golf is that you can be outside. So
Yeah, it's last year, was a little challenging, but this year it looks like at the very least, if you're walking, you can send out foursomes and groups and do some different things. And again, it's outside, and there's a whole lot of place to be distanced on a golf course, but yet you can still get close enough to have conversation, and you can end up in the clubhouse afterwards having a nice meal and talking things over and just helping people understand better about historically disadvantaged youth and how they can better support them.
Did you say
Awesome.
walking, as in walking the course?
Correct.
as an exercise.
Yes, I enjoy walking. Unfortunately, it's about the only exercise I get at my advanced age, but it's a lot of fun to go out there and walk around a course.
Walking and golfing. I'm in your category of I golf. I'm not a golfer. So if you added, I have to walk on top of that. That just means it's even worse, man. All right.
We can get you a cart, Steve. We'll invite you out. We'll get you a cart if you need that, or a stretcher, whatever it is you need. Wheelchair, I don't know.
Touche.
That's hilarious. All right, Amber, flipping it over to you. I know your company has not selected their nonprofits, but I think you're going to be busy no matter what. So what is your community focus for 2021?
Yes, so my focus is really on helping the nonprofits that I've selected this year to be a part of is brand awareness. In the world of events that look a little different than before, helping them come up with creative and innovative ideas and ways to bring in volunteers, supporters, fundraising, really connecting them to the resources that they need to hit their goals and achieve those missions. That's what's really important to me. And then, of course, the opportunity to expand on technology. I think that there's some incredible opportunities there. I know for Daymar specifically, they're looking to expand their programming inside of Indiana and maybe outside. So I'm really excited about that. And helping the Charter Academy figure life out in the world.
Mm. Yeah, totally. Well, thank you guys so much for sharing your stories today, telling us more about what you're doing and the events that you have going on. We're so excited to be able to share your stories and help you get more support too.
Yeah. And like I mentioned earlier, I know I mentioned Prevail, but you can find any of these organizations on our platform. Just go to app.donaide.com. It's our only plug for today. Our whole goal was to bring on leaders like yours, or like Natasha, Amber, and David, because we need more people like you to take action. There's a lot of people out there that want to support our community. They just don't know how. So by stepping up, doing shows like this with us, creating familiarity. I mean, there's no reason why the three of you shouldn't connect after today with some of the overlapping and being able to help our youth in the community. So I just want to personally thank you. I know this won't be the last time we talk by any means, but we're excited to be a part of helping your missions for sure. So thank you again.
Yeah, thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely push my comfort zones today. Usually behind the camera, not in front of it.
You had a nice board behind you, so you had some great visuals. So there you go.
That's what I do.
So y'all were great. You were excellent. And before we go, I want to plug 5:30 tonight for our final live stream. I'm actually going to be joined by Steve again and Donaide's customer success manager, Courtney, who many of you may have met before, but I'm going to talk to them about Donaide. Why Steve founded it, what their goal is, their mission, how they help people. So it'll be really exciting, and I hope you'll tune in.
No, thank you. Well, we will see you at 5:30.
Yes, we will. All right. Bye, everybody.
Take care.
Bye.
Take care.
Welcome back to the final segment. Today has been such a great day spending time with some incredible people. If you haven't had the chance to join in yet, we've had the pleasure of hearing stories and good works from Newland Jackson, Amber Fields, Natasha Robinson, and David Sexauer. As I said, pretty incredible people. So if you haven't had the chance to tune in, we hope you'll go back and watch today's great recording so far. In our final segment today, we thought it might be helpful for you to actually hear from the CEO and founder of Donaide, Steve Roseman, as well as Courtney Luce, Donaide's customer success manager. Steve and Courtney, how are you guys?
Good, thank you. Good to be on.
Yeah, it's been a fun day.
Absolutely.
What was your favorite part?
Well, I got to say, I haven't, a lot of this allowed me to reconnect with Matthias Kiwanuka, is a good friend of mine growing up. And so it's exciting to be able to do some stuff with him. So I gotta throw that one out. I loved everybody, but it's been fun having these conversations with him. So
yeah.
My family's huge football family. So I was a little bit geeking out when we got Marlon Jackson on, because I grew up a big Colts fan. So that was fun, and just hearing the work that they do. And honest, I mean, I love everybody, but Amber and Natasha have been some of my favorite ladies to work with, just in general, in Donaide. So it's always fun to hang out with them too.
Yeah, and we're going to talk a little bit about how you support Donaide in your role in just a little bit. But before we do that, Steve, just tell us about your background and why'd you found Donaide?
Yeah. So let's see, I'm 39 now, about to turn 40, unfortunately, in a month. But so when I was 28, I launched my first nonprofit in memory of my grandfather, who, anybody who knows me, he's my biggest influence in my life, just an amazing person. And it was in honor of him. He had MS, before he passed. And so naturally, I wanted to start an organization in memory of him, focused on MS. I was very blessed right after I launched that. Some gentlemen invited me into a partnership. I launched a mobile bidding company. Then a year later, ended up founding We Do Charity Auctions, which is a mobile bidding company, which was exciting for me, just because I was able to help more nonprofits doing what I love to do anyway as a business owner. And just over the years, really identified that even though I launched my nonprofit in honor of him and focused on MS, I identified that it wasn't MS that was my passion, it was helping people. And so over time, I wanted to figure out how can I actually engage with these nonprofits more than their one event each year and help them become more sustainable. And I'll never forget, through that process of trying to figure out how I can help, really it was diving into people. It wasn't even the nonprofit side. It was learning that there's so many people out there that want to connect with the nonprofit world. They can't figure it out. And I know that sounds silly, but when they're looking for like family-friendly volunteer opportunities, I talk about that all the time because I have a 5 and a 3-year-old. It's almost impossible to get online and just type in family-friendly volunteer opportunity and it not be a food bank. And nothing against food banks, but my kids like to do more than, stack cans and hand bags of food. And so I know it's a great cause, but once again, it's just different activities because I want to teach my kids this way of life and giving back. And the moment I came home and started the process of creating Donaide was I was in church. I was listening to my pastor. I was compelled to tithe right then and there at the moment. And I never did. And so it was nothing more than I didn't want to stop listening. And so I wasn't going to pull out my credit card. I wasn't going to do any of that. But yet I was holding my phone, taking notes. And I was like, this is silly. And so came back home and then started to equate that same moment happens in the nonprofit world all the time. If you and I or Courtney, we're all out talking about various things, maybe grabbing lunch, and you reference something. And I'm like, yes, I would love to go to that event. So I get home, I forget the link. I forget what was the name again. And then I'm like, okay, I'll give her a call tomorrow. And then I never do. Then on Facebook, I see that you went to this great event. I'm like, what the heck? And that only happens about 100 times a year. And so I wanted to fix that. And so 6 years later, we're now here. with a lot of tech challenges because I'm not a tech guy. I'm usually the least tech savvy person in any room outside of my parents' home. But, it really just came to help connection and mobilize people. If we can use social media to sell things that are, I guess they're nice, but don't always have purpose behind them. Why can't we do the same type of thing and build that kind of tech for our community? So at the end of the day, it really came down to I wanted to help a lot of people, and I knew I couldn't do it myself. So if I could figure out a way to help nonprofits serve their mission, essentially I get to help the people that I want. So
yeah, absolutely. And so 6 years later, you're here, Donaide's here. What exactly is it?
It's a platform to connect people and companies to nonprofit activities and their missions. Mm-hmm. Really that simple. Obviously, there's a lot of complexity from a tech standpoint, but we made it really easy on the front end. So I use this example. Think of a wedding registry. Think of a baby registry. Our goal is for that nonprofit to say, this is exactly what we want, and this is where you can get it. And a donor, supporter, or company can go there and say, oh, I want to pick that one, and we're going to do that one. Everybody's happy.
Yeah. And that's what I love about it too, because not only does it help, like you said, your family go find something that's interactive and fun and engaging and tires the kids out so they'll come home and take a nap. But it also, because, as a parent, I know that's what it's all about sometimes. But it also lets company, organizations who need volunteers put that call out there and find people who want to do that work. Because sometimes as an organization, that's challenging.
Yeah. Well, and I want to be clear too, because I think this gets overlooked. I'll take blame for the messaging, but it's not always, and mostly it's not about new, right? So it's like my church, for example. I know they want and need my tithe. Outside of that, I don't know. So it's connecting even with the people who already care about you and helping them understand what you consistently have going on. So it's not, I want to be clear, it's not always about finding new, it's a continued support to build that relationship so that you do have a sustainable organization. Because even if you have 200 supporters, but if they all engage and love what you're doing and they're around you, you're going to be around for a while serving that mission. So
yeah, absolutely. And, I know when we were first talking, and talking about Donaide and all the different sort of branches it has to help people, one of the things I thought was so cool, I worked for a company in Indianapolis for 8 years, and we had a huge charitable giving team function where every year we would support a specific organization. And I love that too, because it helps companies, and Indy's home to some amazing companies headquartered here. And it helps them find things for their employees to do.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I didn't expect that aspect to come out of it. I knew that tech was going to build that because of the connection piece, but I didn't realize until I was having conversations showing companies that was a challenge. I just thought, oh, you're already using a tech that does it. They're like, no, we know how to get them signed up, but we can't find the things for them to do, except for the ones that drop 200 employees on a charity in one single day. By the way, if you're watching this, please don't do that. No charity really, outside of a walk or a run. No charity needs that many people in one day. And I say that there might be one or two out there, but it's not a smart move. It doesn't. It stresses the charity out.
Yeah. Charities they're by nature, they're typically pretty short staffed, or they have very, tight employment. And so doing something like that really kind of makes them work extra hard to figure out what everybody can do. It's better than not having anybody at all, but yeah. To your point. So you mentioned, what was that?
Photo ops, I guess.
There you go. Yeah, totally. you mentioned that you're the least tech savvy person in most rooms. And this is all built on tech. So I would imagine that it wasn't like one day you were just like, hey, let's do this. And then, the next day it was ta-da. So it was definitely a long time coming, probably some hurdles to get here.
Yeah, like I said, 6 years. I mean, we actually launched a year ago. It was 2 months before COVID, but lot of mistakes, and mainly because I was uneducated, even developing software, right? And then we had people that came in that I trusted that they didn't come through like they should have. And I'm not the only one. If you talk to anybody who's ever built tech, their first experience was, yeah, we went through 4 different companies that helped us do this. And then we started all over. I mean, I went through 3 development firms and had to start over. So after 3.5, maybe three and a half years of working on it, I was back to ground zero. And so this last firm that worked with us, it was my last ditch effort of, I really believe in this. I think it truly can change the nonprofit world forever in the way that we interact. And so for the first time ever, because I self-funded, I went out and got a business loan. I've never had to before. And it was kind of like, if I'm going to do this, let's try one last time. And it wasn't perfect, but it was good enough that we can get to the market and start to show people, this type of technology. So, and I got to say, without Courtney, she took a lot of the stress of the tech side, because I knew what I wanted, right? Which were some of the most frustrating meetings I've ever been in. I watch tech people and they're all excited in these meetings, and I'm like, oh my gosh, when are we done? But she's super tech savvy, and so she was able to get in there and say, hey Steve, they didn't build what you said and we need to tweak this, and she was able to communicate that properly. So it's been great having her on board throughout this. So, because she basically came on right as that was a little bit after we finally found a firm that can get us running.
Yeah. Yeah. So Courtney, tell me about your background and what do you do as a success manager?
Yeah. So I have a background in nonprofits. I did fundraising and marketing, and let's be honest, wore every hat possible while working at that nonprofit. And because of that position and my role there, I met Steve, and it was, of course, like friend of a friend of a friend sort of thing. But very happy I did. I was sitting in a frustrating seat at the time, but a lot of that was coming from there. I always had a hard time finding technology that was beneficial to us, but also affordable. And so I was just in this really unique point of my life that I was frustrated by that fact. And then I met Steve and heard what he wanted to do with Donaide, and I just got really excited about it. Like I wanted to be a part of that and be that solution and like ease stress for other nonprofits who were sitting in that exact same role. So that's kind of why I came on to Donaide and my background in nonprofits. And I love that I have that background, because anytime I'm talking to our clients, I'm able to bring a lot of that like experience and knowledge and honestly kind of comfort to them. Like I can even right now, it's more hearing it in their voices than actually seeing them face to face, but being able to kind of see that like, oh, okay, you get it. Like that just release of stress, whether they are a current client or like we're hoping to have them as a potential one. I just kind of see that initial trust that starts to develop because of that. So I've loved that. I've always loved talking and meeting new people. So it's been a lot of fun for me to meet new organizations, see the work that they do, again, build relationships with the people and our clients. And so that's basically what I do in customer success. But
Yeah, you mentioned working with Amber and Natasha. Tell me about some of your most favorite projects.
Yeah, I'll pull out Natasha. I think she's great to work with just because she is a big, just like confidence booster. Like she loves Donaide. And I think we put in so much of our time and hearts and energy, obviously, not only into the tech, but also bringing it to nonprofits, that when you hear people like that that actually like what we have brought to them, it feels really good. So she's really good at making you feel really good. So it's great that she's in the role that she's in with Prevail. But I think just working with her and seeing the success that it brought Prevail in 2020, and I mean, she has said that even today, but that has just been really rewarding because there are a lot of frustrating times tech and bringing the best product possible. And so to see that product actually work, it's really rewarding. So.
Yeah. And so, you know, your role is really pivotal in the success. I mean, you're a customer success manager, so your role is really pivotal. And I think that's one of the really cool things about Donaide is it's not just a tech platform where people go on there and it's like, you know, it's not just like match.com. Like there's a tech element, but there's a customer service element. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think it speaks a lot that Steve decided to hire me on as his first employee and that I was hired on as customer success. So I think that speaks a lot of what we're trying to do as a company and making sure that service is first and foremost. I was just talking to a potential client last week, and one reason why they're trying to pivot from the technology they're on was her biggest headache was she couldn't ever get a hold of anybody. And I know when I'm in other technologies, like that's my biggest pain point too. So I never, ever want people to feel like that, whether they are a free client or give us money. Like I want to be able to be there to help. And honestly, Steve probably can say this, I help too much sometimes, it's just a part of my nature. But I love that we're able to be a company that provides that and has that as a like top priority, I guess.
Yeah, Steve, go ahead. I was going to ask you, what's your favorite part of the work Courtney does, or why would you work with Courtney if you were a client?
Well, it really stems back from WeDo, right? So when I launched WeDo, our entire service model was based off of, okay, I throw fundraisers myself for my nonprofit. If I can just fix my own pain points, we're good. You know, get to the stresses before the stresses happen. And so we built that company based off high touch, and service. It mainly because to me, so right now in the nonprofit world, there's a common trend of, you live and die by these big galas. So if you have a great gala, you're going to have a great year serving your mission. If it doesn't go so well, it's going to be a little bit different story. And so for me, knowing that, I didn't look at, it's just a big fun party. It's like, no, we need to make sure that this goes off well because there's a mission that's getting served based on what happens here. So if we could take the stress off the nonprofit, they can do what they're supposed to do. Engage with people, build relationships, and do that. They shouldn't be worrying about an auction item. So it really carried over to Donaide, which Donaide is designed to be a SaaS platform. So I'm kind of doing the opposite of what I'm supposed to do as a business owner. So most people are like, Steve, you're not going to make it. But if I can figure out how to be that SaaS platform with a service component, I think that's the best way. Because how do you even build a great platform if Courtney's not out there talking to the nonprofit saying, no, I love this tool. I don't like that one. That serves no purpose. Okay, well, let's get rid of the tool that serves no purpose, because I wanted to build a piece of software that was usable, right? The reason why I don't like a lot of tech is because there's just so much there. It's like, it's like your phone, right? Most people only use like 10% of what their phone's even built for. Everybody's like, it's the most powerful computer ever. I'm like, I make phone calls and take pictures. Like, I mess it up all the time, So what if we can just build a software that only has that in it because we know what you're going to be using? So when I looked at it, I wanted to start off. I have a background in sales. I can't say I'm the best salesperson because I haven't done it, lately. But even if I sold 2,000 nonprofits, if there was no good service behind it, they're going to leave anyway. So to me, service was key. I could tell when I met Courtney, she had a true passion for the nonprofit world. And the one thing I've already identified that she was able to experience is I loved my nonprofit when I had it in memory of my grandfather serving the MS community. It did not hold a candle to when I got to work with hundreds of nonprofits, different missions, different people. I mean, it was just amazing once I made that transition. We do. So giving her the opportunity to do the same thing, it's amazing to watch. And so that's, long story short, that's why we went service, with our number one. We can figure out if the tech's good enough, we'll be fine without having to go get 300 salespeople to scale a company. I'm not worried about that. So
Yeah.
I want a result.
What was that? Sorry.
I want to give nonprofits a result and people a result.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. And that's what it's all about. And that's what I love about you guys is, like, as you said, I mean, maybe you haven't done everything right by like the entrepreneur book, but it's because you're doing it for other people. You're doing it for the mission. You're not doing it necessarily for yourself as a business owner.
Yeah. No, it's been fun. I can tell you that.
Yeah. So what's next for Donaide now that you've had your official launch party 1 year later because of COVID? What's next?
Right. It's bringing the community together. It's the goal that we had from day one. It's mobilizing, people as a whole. We've got results for individual nonprofits and people in the system. So now it's really showing that bringing people together as a community is way more powerful than trying to do it all by ourselves, and way more fun. So yeah, you'll definitely see some things that we're doing outside of the tech as well in the next couple months. So we're excited.
That's awesome. Yeah. I mean, I think after a year of, being at home and not being around people, we can definitely say that being around people is a lot more fun.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree with that. So
Courtney, what are you most excited about for moving forward?
I think the same thing, just like really getting our hearts across, but like getting that value in front of people, like just being able to show people the value of relationships and the impact they can make when you truly do come together. And it's not like a competition between nonprofit versus nonprofit. Like it's just a full-on big community. And I'm excited to see that come to fruition and see more and more people get involved.
Yeah. Well, and Jennifer, like you, I know your background, and the one thing that I've always had a big passion with news and media and things like that. And I've always thought, it's like, what if we can make nonprofit success stories popular, and people want to see more of that instead of the negativity? And if there's one time in our culture, I guess, we need that positive news and that positive message right now.
More than ever. Mm-hmm. I think the 2020 decade is hopefully going to be about a lot more fun and a lot more positivity, given what we've all gone through in the last year. So yeah, I think we can end on that. That's a good note for sure. So for everybody who tuned in today, everybody who watches it later, they go on, check out the platform, find your contact information, give you a call, schedule a coffee, virtual coffee. What else? How do you want them to connect with you?
Well, you can reach out to Courtney. There's links below, or myself. I'd love to talk to other, even consultants and other people in our industry. There's nothing more that I love, than helping people, than having conversations with innovative nonprofits, people who know that they have to continue. So yeah, you can Courtney at donaide.com, Steve at donaide.com. If you're listening in your car, well, don't write that down right now. But
easy to remember.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So.
Awesome.
Definitely appreciate it.
Well, what a fun day. I'm so excited to end on this great note, chatting with the two of you, and you guys are doing awesome things. It's super exciting to be part of.
Yeah. And thank you, Jennifer, so much for being a part of this day and supporting Donaide. We appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. And thanks to everybody out there who's tuned in. I know we don't get to actually see you face to face. That would have been the dream world, but this is the second best thing.
There you go.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Take care.
You too.